Testing, testing. This is a audio test. Testing. This testing is an audio test for mic number one. Audio test for mic number one. Testing, testing. This is a mic test for mic number one. This is a mic test. Mic. This is a audio test. Testing. One, two, three. This is a audio test. Test for mic number one. Testing, testing for mic number one. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number one. This is a audio test. Mic check one, two, three, four. Audio test for mic number one. Still can't hear myself. No, no. Now I can. I can hear myself now. This is a audio test for mic number one. Audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Mic check one, two, three, four. Mic check one, two, three, four. This is a audio test for mic number one. Audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Audio test for mic number one. Mic check one, two, three, four, five, six. This is a mic check for mic number one. Mic check one, two, three, four, five, six. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number one. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. It doesn't sound too bad. It just has those quick adjustments there. Audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Mic test one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Mic number one test one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Mic check one, two, three, four. Mic check one, two, three, four. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number one. Audio test for mic number one. This is a audio test. All right. Audio test for mic number two. This is a audio test. Check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number two. Audio test for mic number two. Audio test for mic number two. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test for mic number two. Mic number two audio test. One, two, three, four, five. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number two. Audio test for mic number two. Sound okay? It's choppy. Choppy. Audio test for mic number three. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test for mic number three. One, two, three, four, five. Audio test. Audio test. This is a mic test. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. Audio test for mic number three. Mic number three audio test for mic number three. One, two, three, four, five. Audio test. All right, audio test for mic number four. Mic number four, audio test. One, two, three, four, five. Audio test for mic number four. This is a mic check. One, two, three, four, five. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number four. Audio test. Is it on auto? Did he change anything to auto for the camera? Yep. This is a audio test. Audio test for mic number four. Audio test for mic number four. This is a mic check. Mic check one, two, three, four, five. That was a big change. Mic check. Oh, okay. I hear myself a little bit better now compared to earlier and before then. All right. 6. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a mic check for mic number 6. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test for mic number 6. Oh, I switched these around a little bit. Some of them are off sequence with the mic numbers. This is the audio test for mic number 7. This is the audio test for mic number 7. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio test for mic number 7. Mic number 7, audio test for mic number 7. 1, 2, 3. Mic test for mic number 8. This is the audio test for mic number 8. Audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check for mic number 9. Mic is 9, yes? Yep. Mic number 9. This is the audio test for mic number 9. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test for mic number 9. Mic number 9, audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test for mic number 9. Mic number 9, audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test for mic number 10. Mic number 10, audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test for mic number 10. This is the mic check. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test. Audio test for mic number 11. Audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test for mic number 11. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 12. Mic number 12. Audio test for mic number 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test. Audio test for mic number 5. Mic number 12. 12. Mic number 12. I'm on number 12, guys. Mic number 12. Audio test for mic number 13. Mic check for mic number 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a mic check. Audio test for mic number 13. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a audio test. This is a mic check. Mic check for mic number 14. Mic check mic number 14. Audio test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the audio test.
Okay, welcome. I'd like to call to order the business meeting of the Board of Education of Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. Rowe, can you please read a reiteration of the executive session motions?
Yes, we entered executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment history of a particular person.
Thank you. Next item is opening remarks, and I do want to begin just by expressing that I know we are all very sad to hear of the recent passing of John Bryce, who left the board just at the end of last year. He made many years of contributions to the Board of Education and the school district, and contributed in terms of building many facilities that our students use every day. He'll have definitely a lasting legacy. If anybody wants to learn more, the Pelham Funeral Home website has the funeral arrangements, and I know the family has asked for, in lieu of flowers, donations to the Pelham Education Foundation. And I just wanted to ask people if we could just have a 30-second moment of silence to remember John. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Bryce was a big supporter of our schools, and I know he'd be very proud of all the teachers here tonight, and so happy to see the students here to support their teachers. So congratulations to all of our tenure candidates. And I also want to send a big thank you to the whole community for voting in the election, and congratulations to Sid Burke and Anne Marie Garcia, and we look forward to working with you. Next is 3.1 Superintendent's Report.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, and I too appreciate, thank you for taking the time to recognize John tonight. I know that the memorial service will be on Friday, and I was just honored to be asked to speak on behalf of the district. So if anyone has anything that they would like to share, please do share those with me, as I'll be preparing between now and then, and just incredibly honored to do that for someone who's contributed so much to our district. I think 50% of our students, 50% of our buildings, John had a hand in the construction of. This building itself, Hutchinson Elementary School, and actually the construction of Colonial School. All were construction projects done under John's leadership as part of a board. So to have that kind of lasting legacy on a school district is incredible. So we'll talk more about him later. But now we want to move on. I would like to thank the community as well. I was going to do this all in my report, but it seems more suitable to do it now. Thank the community for the turnout. Thank you to Pauline, to Juliana, to Gloria, to Amy, who headed our budget vote yesterday, one of the most efficient, seamless budget votes I have ever seen. So kudos to them and the incredible work that they did and the long days that they put in. Thank you to the community who turned out in great numbers to support the schools and to be part of their civic duty. Thanks to all the students who came out. I think it was one of our biggest student vote turnouts in a long time. And of course, Pajama Day won by a landslide. So looking forward to that. I hope to find out when dates that's going to be celebrated in the schools and come visit. So it was a great day, and congratulations to Sid, who's with us tonight. Anne Marie is going to be joining us after the concert. And thanks to Connie and Tate, who both put themselves out there to run. It's just really important. It's the community service that John exemplified. I really commend all four of the candidates who did that, put themselves out there, and ran an outstanding campaign. So without any further ado, we do get to move on to what is probably one of, it is one of the two most exciting nights of the school year to me at our board meetings, and that is our tenure reception. I'm going to move over to the other microphone just for a few comments and invite some different administrators to come share in the recognitions tonight. So. Our resident photographer was unable to be here tonight. So I'm wondering if someone from my cabinet, Steve, Jim, who's on it. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Stepping up. Thank you. Yeah, Alex could not be with us, but as we go through, if you could take pictures of each candidate as they go through, and we'll do a group picture at the end, that would be most appreciated so that we can properly give the folks who are being celebrated tonight the recognition as we go through the evening. Tenure marks one of the most important milestones in any educator's career. It's one that is not easily achieved, especially here in Pelham, where educators go through what we affectionately call the gauntlet. To be hired in the first place, they go through layer after layer of interviews. I think our candidates are probably sitting here thinking, yep, I remember that. Screening interviews, committee interviews, demo lessons, superintendent level interviews. So if one gets through that process, it's pretty, you've established yourself as a pretty outstanding educator to begin with. You've distinguished yourselves among other high-quality educators to be invited to come to Pelham in the first place. They are then supervised by an outstanding corps of administrators, being observed by building administrators, by curriculum directors, by supervisors, then by assistant superintendents, not just one, but multiples, the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, potentially the assistant superintendent for pupil personnel, the executive director for human resources, all of who specialize in instruction, who have been classroom instructors themselves and have moved up through to administrative levels and now run schools, run departments, and run districts. And then even they get, that fateful day comes and they get an observation. I show up at their door unannounced and they get an observation of me. And they all are just incredibly gracious. They hide the panic and they do what they do best, which is to teach their children. And that is just that extensive process is no easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. Additionally, along the way, throughout their probationary period, families share their perspectives with us and help us to come to understand the impact of our work, their work on our students as they develop throughout their time. All of this feedback is reviewed with the Board of Education on an annual basis throughout their probationary period. So each year we talk about every probationary teacher or instructional person that comes into our district. So by the time we get to the end of a 3-year or a 4-year probationary period, the board has heard about each of these candidates multiple times in detail. They've heard about their growth. They've heard about their accomplishments. They've heard about the extracurricular activities that they've engaged in, the activities and the innovation that they brought to our schools. So that when we come to a night like tonight, the main event of awarding tenure to 7 outstanding educators, we are solid and confident that we have the cream of the crop and the best of the best coming to Pelham. Tonight, their areas of instruction include elementary education, special education, English as a new language, speech, math, and music. Areas that demonstrate our commitment to the core work of teaching and learning and providing the support and enrichment opportunities that our students deserve. These educators have demonstrated their commitment to our students both inside and outside of the classroom and have brought new energy and expertise to their departments and schools, and for these things we are truly grateful. While tenure is a milestone on this journey, we also recognize it is far from the end point. Tonight marks the start of the next chapter of your professional journey, and I know that each of you and importantly for your students, for each of you and for your students, the best is yet to come. Thank you to the colleagues, friends, and family who are here tonight to share in this exciting event, and the administrators who have fostered and supported them through this process. And thank you for everyone who is going to come to share a bit, to join me to share a bit about each of our candidates and get to know them better. And without further ado, we're going to go through in no particular order. We're going to start to invite and recognize our tenure candidates for this evening. As I call them, I'm going to invite them to come up here to the podium to join me for a small gift from the district, and also join administrators. As I said before, many of our teachers get observed by many administrators over the course of their time in the probationary period. So tonight you're going to hear from a variety of different folks who are most directly supervising them this year to bring to life who they are as educators and how excited we are for them. So first, someone who I know was incredibly nervous every time I saw her for the last 3 months. She asked me if she was getting tenure, and that is Miss Rosemary Cipollone. And the answer is yes. Come on up. I'm also going to invite our principal of Hutchinson School, Dr. Tricia Fitzgerald, to share some words about Rosemary.
Good evening, everyone. To be an elementary ENL teacher in the Pelham Public Schools takes a high level of flexibility, collaboration with building principals, teachers, and partnerships with families. It also takes an incredible amount of empathy and compassion for the students who enter a new school with a growing proficiency in English language and communication skills. For a new student, this can be scary, but Rosemary Cipollone rises to the occasion to ensure a smooth transition for her students and their families. She makes her learning sessions with students fun, accessible, practical, and reinforcing of the skills they are learning in their grade level classroom. But her role doesn't stop there. Rosemary also collaborates with teachers to provide strategies that help our ENL students be successful in their classroom environments, such as using visuals and the pre-teaching of content vocabulary. Here's what her colleagues say about her. Rosemary has been a familiar face to me as we both rotate between the different schools. She is so passionate about her work and easily connects with her students. I've seen her on numerous occasions push her students to be simply better by believing in them and encouraging them. Rosemary also has many success stories working with students, and those students are now fluent in English and showing continued progress. Rosemary is patient and consistent. She's a great asset to our schools and an easy to get along with coworker. It's been a pleasure to get to know her. Others have remarked that Rosemary works incredibly hard, cares about her students, and is always willing to share tips, strategies, and do whatever is needed to be helpful. And for me, that's being at the door every morning to welcome students, through a pandemic too, so thank you. Working between all 4 elementary schools can be challenging, but from day one, Rosemary quickly assimilated into the culture of each school, becoming a collaborative colleague for all. She has become an advocate for our ENL students and their families, and works closely with our ENL department, K through 12, to ensure an appropriate continuum of services for our students even after their departure from elementary school. I am honored to be able to recommend Rosemary Cipollone for tenure in the Pelham Public Schools. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Rosemary. Next, I'd like to invite our next honoree in the area of speech, Paula Gagliormella. I thought I was good. Hope I didn't butcher it completely. Paula, welcome and congratulations. And honoring her tonight is Dr. Lauren Ribeiro. Stepping in for Dr. Ribeiro is Miss Rachel Garcia.
It's my honor to speak on behalf of Paula Gagliormella, whose motivation and positive attitude and gentleness is really just an inspiration to us all. Paula Gorglimella, or Miss G as she is fondly known, began her career as an occupational therapist in Pelham in 2009, shortly after having her son, Joseph. Throughout her time here, she has worked in 3 out of the 4 elementary schools, and now both Colonial and Siwanoy are fortunate enough to share her. Ms. G is a valuable part of our MTSS team, an exceptional colleague and person. Her kind heart and skills shine through in all she does. Her impact on student growth is immeasurable. Ms. G is completely in touch with the needs of her students, tapping into their interests and meeting them where they are. Whether she is pushing into a class or supporting a student one-on-one, Ms. Gorgliamella will always make time for every student who needs her. When asked what the best part of her job was, Ms. G shared that it is really watching her students grow throughout the years, not only achieving their goals, but their overall growth as a whole child. She expressed that it is a privilege to see that happen and to be a part of a team that makes that happen for elementary students. Ms. G loves the strong community and family ties that make up Pelham, and she is grateful for the strong relationships she has built. Her colleagues have shared. Paula exemplifies positivity. She always gives people the benefit of the doubt and is the most patient person we know. The children love her steady, consistent demeanor. She really is a friend to everyone and someone you can count on. Paula is a wonderful colleague who collaborates to support students on her caseload. She joyfully dances into the classrooms and seamlessly becomes part of our program. Paula is the first person to help. She is always there to assist teachers as well as students. She cares deeply about others and works tirelessly to assist her students to reach their full potential. She is the kind of educator that every student and colleague should have in their life. Ms. Gorgliamella brings out the best in all her students and guides them towards meeting their goals. She demonstrates her commitment to student success in every way. Her students admire her deeply and always look forward to attending her sessions. We are extremely fortunate to have such an extraordinary and talented occupational therapist like Ms. Gorgliamella, and it is my privilege to recommend her for tenure. Congratulations on this tremendous achievement.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Our next honoree brought her own cheering squad. The front row. I'm thrilled to invite our next honoree, Miss Heather Biner. Giving us insight to celebrate Heather is her principal, Miss Janine Carr.
It is my privilege to celebrate Heather Biner's tenure appointment this evening. She's a talented educator who is committed to making sure every student is the best version of themselves. This is Heather's 13th year as an elementary school educator. Over the past 13 years, she has worked as a teacher in the New York City Department of Education, teaching kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 5th grade. She also worked as a learning specialist in Westchester, teaching 2nd and 4th grade. Actually, come to think of it, the only 2 grades you haven't taught are 1st and 6th, so maybe we can make that happen. Heather interviewed in Pelham during COVID when schools were closed and we were conducting interviews online. Heather was up against 13 other candidates, and she certainly wowed the team with her virtual demo lesson, I don't know if you remember this, on how to launch narrative writing. She used one of her own experiences, which was a story about your 5th graders throwing you a party on your last day. And during the virtual interview, she actually had to turn and talk, and she was the only one on the screen. And I remember thinking to myself, if she can engage these kids when there's no kids here, imagine what she can actually do when the kids are sitting in front of her. And you have not disappointed, especially this year, giving me one of the best IE block observations I've seen.
Heather started her career in Pelham as a kindergarten teacher and is currently teaching 4th grade. In kindergarten, Heather was caring, nurturing, always giving a hug or words of encouragement, especially as our youngest learners were transitioning back into school. And then Heather was moved to 4th grade. And much like a kindergartner who tries to stay calm on the outside but is kicking and screaming on the inside, Heather went to 4th grade. And again, she remains composed, and her extensive knowledge of best practices, coupled with her understanding of child development, allows her to shine in any grade that she teaches. Her interactions with students are positive, respectful, and reflect a high degree of comfort and trust. And although switching grades can be tough, I think Heather really knew her career in Pelham was on the up and up when she moved from her studio basement classroom into the penthouse, complete with central air, flex furniture, and an elevator should she need it. You're welcome. One of Miss Biner's greatest attributes is that she is a team player, and oh, Mark is here. Mark, I don't mean on the volleyball team, although I heard she's a good coach there too. I mean outstanding on the Prospect Hill team as well. Anytime somebody needs help, she's willing to jump in. Her first words are always, whatever you need. Professionally, that could look like dressing up as Galinda the witch, the good witch, to complement her grade level partner. Personally, it could mean supporting your colleagues in a juice cleanse, and once we take the first sip, we abandoned it, and you were a team player then too, so thank you. And while Heather is a talented teacher, she also has some very good hidden talents. Office redesign might be my favorite. She walked into my office and said, "This doesn't really look like your style," and within a week, I had a faux marble conference table that she covered with contact paper. My professional books were organized by the colors of the rainbow. And I get a lot of compliments when people walk in. The kids love it when they visit. So she did a great job there. And those talents come in handy in the classroom. Her classroom always is themed. The kids love it. It's well organized. Look, the heads are shaking, right? And it supports student independence, which is what we always want. She also takes those talents to the hallways of Prospect Hill, creating many fun, colorful, wonderful bulletin boards for the kids to enjoy. In celebrating Heather, we asked her colleagues to assist in recognizing her on this wonderful accomplishment and to offer you some insight into her character. It's not surprising when Mrs. DiBernardo and Ms. Cirillo have said that Heather is the perfect grade level partner. They probably want to fight over her next year. Lori shared that Heather is one of the most nurturing and effective teachers she has ever had as a grade level partner. Her colorful, engaging classroom and outgoing personality, coupled with her empathy and patience, make her a wonderful kindergarten teacher. Karen has said Heather came to 4th grade with an open mind. She's always eager to collaborate, create, and most importantly, see the value in real-world learning experiences. Heather goes the extra mile to make every teaching experience meaningful, as well as purposeful for every student. So I feel like those are words, but like we teach the kids, show, not tell. We always say to the kids, you're writing a story, show us, don't just tell us. So this is how supportive Heather is of her students. Her 4th graders, this is just this morning. Her 4th graders are working on Kids for Positive Change, and they're recycling K-cups. And this morning I'm walking down the hallway and I said, "What are you doing?" Like I thought she was trying to look good for tonight. One of her kids was making K-cup hair curl rollers, and she was testing them out for the kids. So this is definitely someone that will go above and beyond for her kids. I thought you were just trying to look pretty. Oh my God. Heather, some of your students were asked what you were like as a teacher. You worried? One of the kids said her favorite time of the day is morning meeting because she gets to spend time getting to know us, and we play games like Moose and Zoom. Apparently it's a favorite. Don't know what that is. Miss Spiner is caring because she gives us hugs every day. One child said she's funny at the right times, the right times, and helps us learn. Another student said if people need help with different things, she's supportive of them. Someone else said she's smart and hardworking and makes everything she teaches awesome. And one girl, but then a few girls joined in and said, if I'm going to give a speech about you, I have to tell you that you are very young. I bet you want to know the name of those kids. I'll tell you tomorrow. That's what they told me. They said I had to say it, so I delivered. Heather's desire to make her students feel safe and successful by providing them with an ideal learning environment are just a few ways of knowing what a remarkable teacher we have in Heather. I don't know if you remember this, but when you interviewed, you had, as part of your writing sample, you had to write a philosophy of education. And on the top of your paper was a quote from Benjamin Franklin, and it said, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn." That quote is exactly how you have proceeded at Prospect Hill. You should be very proud. Congratulations on your tenure. Oh, you can come up and take a picture, kiddos. Then you got to go to bed because you have a lot of work to do tomorrow. So much homework.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. Sorry about that. Our next honoree, I got to say, she's a hard act to follow, too. I walked into her classroom. I have to admit, I'm generally scared of kindergartners. And watching her work was just a miracle worker, the patience of a saint, to do what she did with students and to do it with such incredible talent was just beautiful to watch. And that is Miss Michelle Perlroth. And I'd invite again Dr. Fitzgerald to come and to honor Michelle tonight.
Janine makes this hard to follow you. But luckily I get to talk about Michelle, so it'll be all worth it. We often hear, or we see on coffee mugs and magnets, the phrase, "to teach is to touch a life forever." But what does that phrase really mean? To me, it means more than learning your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. It means engaging with an educator who cares about your whole self. One who teaches you the power of yet and how to be a kind, respectful, responsible, and courageous individual. For the students in Mrs. Perlroth's kindergarten class, this is exactly what they can encounter each and every day. While Mrs. Perlroth skillfully teaches literacy, science, mathematics, and social studies, she also has embedded in students the can-do attitude of perseverance and time and the importance of cultivating relationships. Students enter her class in September full of wonder and leave in June with skills and strategies that foster a deeper wonderment about their world. Michelle Perlroth is the quintessential kindergarten teacher. She is never rattled by anything any of her students say or do. She's always looking for a better way to grow her practice, and her love of teaching and children is visible each and every day as her students learn through song, movement, and exploration. Her colleagues had this to say about her. Michelle is an incredible teacher. She is patient and kind, but direct with her students. She uses different strategies and techniques to accommodate a variety of learning styles and works hard to put systems in her place in her classroom that help her students. Michelle usually stays in the room during SEL lessons, and it's so great to see her acknowledging the content and even reinforcing the SEL lessons outside of class. We collaborate on topics that the kindergarten students are struggling with, and Michelle keeps me informed of practice that she is using, such as the reward system, behavioral focus, and redirecting language, so I can continue these routines and practice during my lessons. Michelle is very understanding and always willing to compromise. I enjoy watching her teach and seeing how she manages her class. She uses a calm tone of voice but keeps consistent routines. I've enjoyed learning from her and taking advice on various teaching strategies. Michelle Perlroth has been an exceptional colleague to work with over the past couple of years. Being the inclusion teacher for science and social studies for our special education students, Michelle always made sure they felt just as much as part of the class as everyone else. Michelle is kind, compassionate, organized, and structured, all qualities needed as an inclusion teacher. Her smiling face and cheerful attitude always makes our students feel at ease and relaxed while they are here at school. She is a pleasure to work with. Oftentimes, the pandemic is seen as having a negative impact on our lives. However, the pandemic brought us Mrs. Perlroth. And for that, I will forever be grateful. The Hutchinson School is a better place because of the lives that Mrs. Perlroth teaches and the impact that she will have on her students' lives forever. I am thrilled to be able to recommend Michelle Perlroth for tenure in the Pelham Public Schools. Congratulations.
Okay. All right. I know we've got one candidate at the elementary level who is downstairs doing a concert still, I believe. Okay. Oh, he's here. All right, so we can round out the elementary. Excellent. He's shifty. All right, so our next honoree. And he's doing double duty tonight. He was downstairs helping with the concert, and he's here with us tonight. We're very pleased to invite him up to be recognized, and that's our elementary band teacher, Mr. Andrew Dolgan. And also invite to honor him tonight our Siwanoy principal, Mr. Fareed Johnson.
All right, Janine. I'm just going to say a couple of words. Right. Before I get started, Andrew, congratulations to everyone here. I do have the pleasure of working with Paula every day, well, every other day. Had some work with Rosemary. Actually, Liz, who's getting tenure tonight, was one of my parents when I was in Hastings, so very, very small world. But to my friend Andrew. When you think about a person who lives their truth and dream on a daily basis and has a very good time doing it, while receiving a paycheck, Andrew Dolgan's face is the picture that should appear in your mind. Andrew Dolgan has served as Pelham's elementary band teacher since 2019. He has taught 4th and 5th grade students at each school the fundamental principles of instrumental music through solo and ensemble performances. Every school year, Andrew writes out music for each concert to best fit the ensemble and needs of the students. He continues to challenge them with difficult pieces and teaches them to rise to the occasion. Andrew has also made efforts to expand the resources available to the students in his band classes. During his first year in Pelham, Andrew received a grant from the Pelham Education Foundation to purchase new percussion equipment for each elementary school. He's not shy about asking for anything. Andrew has also enjoyed collaborating with colleagues in the music department on multi-ensemble works. The elementary music department is currently preparing for a joint choral band performance of the song De Colores, which will be showcased at this year's spring concerts. For Andrew, teaching music is not just about teaching music. You cannot play an instrument and become good at it unless you're hardworking, dedicated, empathetic to the instrument and others in your lesson, passionate, and so on. His students begin to understand and appreciate instruments and the art of learning and playing music in an entirely different way. As educators, we're always looking for ways to teach our students about developing good character traits. To watch him do this through a music lesson is truly inspiring and extremely beneficial to our students. Outside of the music department, Andrew has served students and staff in various roles. He has gotten to know many of the Pelham students by working lunch duty, and over the past 2 years, Andrew has helped build the schedule for Hutchinson, and he's also helped at Siwanoy. If you don't believe me, here are some quotes for some of his colleagues and students. Andrew Dolgan is a great team player who goes above and beyond both for his students and colleagues alike. He helped build all the furniture to house the guitars for the general music program. He has given me trumpet lessons so that I could enrich my classes with musical examples on instruments other than the guitar. I have also seen him outside helping teachers change their tires. Andrew is a great addition to our team. Andrew came to us as a fully formed teacher, ready to hit the ground running, and he has continued at the high-intensity pace ever since, developing the elementary band program both horizontally with the elementary orchestra program and vertically with the secondary band program. We're the luckiest of departments in that we are not just colleagues, we are collaborators, fellow musicians, and most of all, we are friends. Aw. Student, Mr. Dogan is such a good teacher. He jokes with us, but we know when it's time to be serious. He loves teaching us about music and does not ever let us give up. Another student. I think Mr. Dogan goes home and just plays instruments all night long. He knows so much, and we are lucky that he can teach us what he knows. He is pretty cool, too. He knows me as a person and not just as a student. Mr. Dogan always, and I mean always, has a smile on his face and is always willing to find a solution before presenting an obstacle. And as a principal, that is very, very valuable. It is my pleasure to be in the position to recommend Mr. Dogan for tenure. Congratulations, my friend.
All right, transitioning now to the middle school. Our next honoree is Miss Elizabeth Hailaka, special education. And recognizing her tonight is our principal, Miss Lynn Sabia.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to recommend Ms. Hailaka for tenure this evening as a special education teacher. Ms. Hailaka is a graduate of Binghamton University with a BA in Political Science and Law. She earned her MS in Education from Mercy College and holds certifications in General and Special Education, as well as Life Space Crisis and Intervention and Therapeutic Crisis Intervention. That's come in handy for me at times this year, I will admit, so thank you. Ms. Hailaka is not new to teaching. She came to us with 16 years of experience in teaching in New York City and has put that experience to great use in Pelham. In her time here, Ms. Hailaka has totally transformed our therapeutic support program. She has a calm and caring yet firm demeanor. Ms. Hailaka strives each day to make sure that every student in her program can meet their full potential every day, and that is very challenging. She works with students on academics as well as strategies for emotional regulation. She works with me on that too sometimes. She collaborates with teachers and outside providers for all her students, and she's created individual reward programs for every student in her program. Ms. Hailaka is the glue that holds the program together and holds her students together. She is highly proactive and always seems to know exactly where her students should be if they're not in class, or where they actually are. It's like she's everywhere. I'll hear on the radio, so-and-so is in the cafeteria, and I'll get on the radio and she'll be texting me, I got it. So she's everywhere. Her colleagues describe her as unbelievably patient, creative, and a true team player. A little tidbit you may not know, that I actually coached Liz when she was in Maria Regina High School. And when we were doing the interview, it was virtual, and I'm thinking, boy, she really looks familiar, but I didn't know the name Hailaka. I was like, I have no idea who that is, but I know her from somewhere. And when she got off the interview, she's like, you know, she told me her maiden name, and I was like, oh my gosh. So she was a good first baseman as well. Might as well bring it up. I am one of the acting athletic directors, but not for very long tonight. Right, Mr. Finnegan? Yeah. We just came from the baseball field, actually. Ms. Hailaka is truly a master teacher, and to see her at work with her students and helping them develop resilience, coping skills, stick-to-itiveness, and be able to manage our school building, their academics, their personal lives, and they're truly better people for having her, and we are very blessed to have Liz. Congratulations on your tenure.
And we have one more candidate tonight. Unfortunately, she is not able to be with us in person, but I'm told she is watching at home. So, we're going to go ahead and honor her because she's another outstanding educator who we're granting tenure to tonight. So our last honoree is in the math department, and that is Miss Mary Brennan. And tonight, Miss Sabia will also be honoring Mary.
So Mary, formerly, we call her Molly, affectionately known as Molly. So it's my pleasure to recommend her for tenure tonight. She's a graduate of Stonehill College with a BS in math education. She's received her MPS from Manhattanville College, and she holds certifications in both math and special education. Ms. Brennan came to Pelham after teaching for 4 years at John F. Kennedy High School in Somers. She started here as a 6th grade STEM enrichment teacher and currently teaches 6th grade math, STEM enrichment, and in the past she's also taught AP Calculus and Algebra in the high school. So you can imagine going from 6th grade math, 6th grade STEM to AP Calculus. So she is very, very talented. Ms. Brennan is very proficient in technology and successfully integrates technology into all her math lessons. She's highly responsible to students' needs and excellent at differentiating instruction. Her lessons are consistently creative, interactive, and engaging. She is a true team player and works collaboratively with her colleagues in both the high school and the middle school. Her colleagues describe her as creative, collaborative, and somebody that is very versatile. She is an active participant in all the team meetings and works very closely with parents and our other special education teacher. Ms. Brennan contributes a great deal to creating a positive atmosphere for our students. We look forward to her continuing to watch her grow and develop and her long career in Pelham. So you home tonight, Molly, congratulations on your tenure. I will accept this apple on her behalf.
So let's have one more round of applause for all of our honorees for their incredible accomplishments this evening. Cheering squad included. Thank you. And again, we thank everyone so much for taking the time to be here for this exciting night. This is a milestone and a memorable night in the life of an educator. Before everyone departs, we want to take a group photo of all the honorees, so I want to invite them back up one more time. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for manning the camera. And then after the photo, we'll take about a 5-minute break so folks can hug and congratulate. And folks are welcome to move on for the rest of their night while the board continues their meeting. Also welcome to stay, but I think you might have some celebrating to do. So if the honorees would come join us at the front one more time, please. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Flexible for you? Michael, do you want to join us? We're trying to be great to have you join. Okay, we'll take about a 5-minute break. Good. We're good.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move forward 4.1, public comment. If anybody, is anybody here to speak? Yeah, if you want to come forward and just say your name and address.
So my name is Susan Quinton. I live at 246 Corona Avenue. So I actually grew up in Pelham. I attended Siwanoy School, Colonial School, Pelham Middle School, and Pelham High School, and live on Corona Avenue today with my 3-year-old, my 1-year-old, and with my parents, who have been residents of Pelham for 45 years. Long-time Pelham person. So we obviously, we all come to Pelham for schools. And I'm commenting today around some of the concerns that I have around Colonial School, the growing class sizes, the increased upcoming student population, followed by what I call the great COVID migration, and the lack of green space. To give you an example, I am in a WhatsApp group with a group of moms. Our common denominator is we have 3-year-olds, and we live in the Heights. There are over 40 moms that live between Boulevard and First. So that means there will be over 40 kindergartners entering Colonial in 2024. And that is a very small area of the Heights. So there will be a formal letter to the board. It'll be forthcoming. But I wanted to use this opportunity to ask the board to start considering this impending population surge impacting Colonial, and seriously consider how we are using 314 Pelhamdale Avenue, the Bartlett home, that we as a community purchased in 2019. We should really be looking at how we repurpose that land to extend the Colonial School footprint for our children, not for our administration staff. So thank you very much for your time. And I have to say, I really loved listening to the Tenure presentations. They were very inspiring, and I'm very excited for my children to have some of those teachers. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we are paying close attention to class size and monitoring. And we did discuss, you know, even maybe as the upcoming strategic plan process, thinking about some of these class size issues, because it does impact. You know, it's not just one particular class, but it affects the whole facilities, the budget, the curriculum. So we have to think about it in a very deliberate way.
Yeah. And I would just add to it, maybe I can transition into my report, since it's one of the topics I was going to do anyways. As Michael said, we're monitoring enrollments on a weekly basis for the kids who are coming in the coming year. So we know that there's folks that are very attuned to that. We have class size guidelines that we've used successfully for at least the last 10 years. That you know, the board is aware of that. It's in the budget binders. If you haven't looked at those in a while, in the enrollment section, you can look back and see the trends across all the schools for the last 10 years. We can go further beyond that should the board like. Another thing that I didn't mention this explicitly as we were talking about the budget highlights for next year. We did talk about certainly the strategic planning. We did talk about as well the facilities condition survey. So that's something that we'll be looking at in the year to come. So that deals with the conditions of our survey of our facilities as well. But part of that, the business office always on a regular basis, not every year, but every few years, and as we're looking at these same things, we'll do updated demographic analysis. So I know Jim's office has already been looking at sources for that. Yeah, right around the same time. So the demographic analysis is something that we use to project future enrollment. So that will add to the equation of exactly these types of questions. So we will definitely be scrutinizing that as things move forward. And with that topic, as I said, the board, with current enrollment, we do monitor weekly. We know that we've had a number of parents reach out regarding that. We do have the board guidelines, as I mentioned before. We very often, as the year goes by, we watch those numbers. Actually met recently as part of the budget process. We always meet with the real estate agents, and we often get a lot of great information in those conversations. So there's folks that do, we encourage folks to share as they hear of homes selling and families moving into the communities or moving out, to share that information with the building principals at the elementary level, so that we can get a more realistic projection as each year goes by. If we cross the threshold of the class maximums, we would then create a new section. If we were below, we would collapse a section, but we're not in that position this year in any of the courses that we're looking at. But one of the things that we also do is look for other ways to support large classes should we be in a situation where they are somewhat larger. Dr. Garcia's office is doing continual recruiting for interns, and those are students who are certified teachers going through graduate work who want to come get some classroom experience. So it's a small stipend, so they earn a little bit of money with us. We also contribute towards their tuition, so it has a significant benefit to them and gives them some great lives opportunity to practice. As well as student teachers. That's another great source of helpful hands that we often make use of. Dr. Garcia, was there anything else to add to that?
I just want to say, it's an excellent program.
Yeah.
We do attract, in the past, before COVID, we did attract a lot more in terms of graduate students who wanted to do some pre-service work. Through COVID and then afterwards, a lot of graduate students have actually found jobs because there was a teacher crunch and the need for more people. But I know I'm meeting with the fourth candidate Monday. So that's a better, I think, ratio than I've had in the past couple of years. So, we're going to keep on recruiting, see what other schools we can work with.
Yeah. So we'll keep the board apprised of that as the days go by.
Sure. Can I just ask you?
Yeah.
I mean, do you have any sort of anxiety? Because the point is a good one that, many people came to Pelham and sort of towns like Pelham in 2020 and sort of afterwards. Do you think that there is a slow burn potential kind of enrollment crunch coming, or it's just too early to say? Or, how anxious are you about not this coming year, but the year after?
I think it's too early for us to say. That's why the demographic study is really critically important, because we don't know. So I try not to get anxious about things I don't know about, but also to do the things to help us know the information that's going to be important to us long term. Okay. So I think that demographic study will be really important. I know the village has been really collaborative in keeping us apprised of building projects. That's the other, those are the construction issues are the things that they're the visible piece on our radar. So they've been very considerate about doing their impact studies on potential enrollment, meeting with us on a regular basis, having conversations and looking for ways to mitigate through the design of construction, be it smaller, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, that design that won't net generally that many school-age children. So we definitely stay attuned to that as well.
And the demographic study that's being conducted, that'll report when?
Jim, do you have a tentative timeline for that?
We'll go to BOCES, and really, as we do the building condition survey, you'll really kind of want that to serve as another tool as far as the capacity of the buildings and things that the board and the community can look towards as we do. Again, you look at what the physical plant looks like, what the capacities are, and if they need to be expanded or improved in different ways, what the vulnerabilities are, roofs, heating systems, all of those types of things. So when the architect would put together the final report, they would look at all of those things and make recommendations based on all of that information.
Yeah. And do you think it'll be by end of this calendar year?
The report is due in 2024. For the facilities conditions report, our plan was to engage the service of an architect fairly recently, and an RFP was issued and received. We're going to have a facilities committee shortly with a recommendation for award. So that'll allow the architect to start that work really at this timeline to pretty much have a deliverable early 2024. So, and that's probably most helpful as well, and it'll align with our budgetary process
right,
too.
And strategic planning too.
Right.
So the 5-year facilities plan that's based on the the building, the conditions survey that we're doing, that will also, the facilities plan will take into account the demographic information?
It's not part of it, we would run it separately.
Okay.
But we would have that as another tool for the architect to have as in building their assessment and their final report as far as recommendations
Yeah,
for the
it'll be an
facilities.
input, sorry, it'll be an input into kind
That's a
of
very good
what's
way to
recommended.
describe it,
Yep,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think another important thing to know is, right now, technically, I don't think any of our buildings are at full capacity.
Right.
So there is space to add additional sections, which makes it a little bit less urgent.
Right.
Because, if we're being made aware of an issue, we do a study, so we're talking, a year. Now, we're not talking next fall, we're already talking the following fall with the start of, with the comments that were shared tonight. So we do have enough classroom space to absorb a little bit of a bump to start with. So there is some lead time in order for us to be able to, to really look at what the long-term, to solve for
For the
any
long
potential
term.
space problems that we have. Even Hutchinson, which is, I think we're at 18 sections for next year, Steve, does that sound about right? I think we're at 18, maybe 18 or 19.
About 19.
Okay, we're at 19. That building in and of itself was designed with additional flex space, so, should we need, we could, if there was an increase in enrollment at Hutchinson, we could
We have
convert
the
some
space.
additional space to classrooms. But I know right now Colonial could absorb at least another section, potentially two, if we've gone a little bit higher. Again, that's not necessarily a long-term solution, should there be an increased enrollment year after year after year, then, we certainly would be in a position of needing to expand. If it was a one cohort issue, that could be absorbed within the current footprint of the building. But great questions to be thinking about long-term. I think next year really is just a fantastic alignment of long-term strategic thinking and hopefully the data to help us to make really good decisions about that.
Now, in terms of the house next to Colonial, would it be feasible for us to, or should we wait for the facilities survey to come back? Would we ever think of turning that into a classroom space, if need be?
I don't think it would pass muster with state ed to be a classroom space.
I tend to agree.
We're not architects, but.
Yeah, I mean,
What we know.
thinking back to 2017, I think the idea and the eventual, 2018 acquisition of the house, it was to provide greater flexibility for the district in the future, should an addition or an expansion of Colonial ever be needed, just because the site is so landlocked. And I think what we learned as part of the 2017 feasibility prospect was that there wasn't much you could do there because there wasn't anywhere to go other than into the existing playground.
Closer to Mike.
And that wasn't an option, going into the existing playground. So again, the timing for acquiring the house was optimal, I think. I think the community made that decision to provide those options available for the future and future boards as needed.
I know there was even at one point some conceptual drawings done of potential expansion, should the time come that the board would want to go in that direction. One of the challenges that we face, if I remember the design correctly, is in order to expand it, you wind up blocking off one side of the building. So you would lose, in essence, you would lose a couple classrooms by adding on an expansion. So you'd have to gain, you'd have to add additional to gain. And it had to do with egress and windows and things like that. Solvable problems, but all those added to the scope of the project, which is part of why, at the time, between not having the land, and not having, not knowing that it would need to be a greater scope than what was needed at the moment, that was part of why that was, it was considered, but it was not moved on at the time. But I think now that we have the property, it gives us more opportunities to consider. So great. Just a couple other highlights. Some highlights of students, and then a couple other issues I just wanted to touch on that I know are a little bit timely. So congratulations to Sock and Buskin, who were, in addition to being recognized in the Journal News, they won the award for being, I think it was the top most popular high school musical show this past season, according to readers. The Broadway Education Alliance and Disney Theatrical Group who present the Roger Rees Awards for Excellence in Student Performance to annually promote the importance of theater education in the greater New York area and provide students with educational scholarships, skill training, and career advancement. They, this past week, announced that Liam Ginsberg as Edgar for Bat Boy and Bella Rosada as Meredith in Bat Boy were both nominated for Rees Awards. So it's incredible. They now get to compete in hopes of winning a slot at the Jimmy Awards, which is basically the Tonys of high school theater. So very cool. And that competition will happen in June. So congratulations to both Liam and Bella. Outstanding performances, and to be recognized on this level is just a real sign of excellence. Congratulations to them and their families. We talked about class. This is just a couple other highlights. I don't have all the dates and times, but just a reminder to folks, this is a wonderfully busy time of year where we get the opportunity to see a lot of student work products, student learning products being highlighted and shown. So many of us had the wonderful opportunity to visit the Prospect Hill Wax Museum on Monday morning. That was fantastic. I got to meet Ruby Bridges and Susan B. Anthony, a lot of athletes, a lot of different, I know that all of us got to go and really enjoy the time. So kudos to the teachers for the hard work and to the students who memorized, they researched, really studied, got to learn these students, and in talking with the teachers, it really was such a great demonstration of authentic learning, how it touched on everything from research, writing, genre, to skills of public speaking, and just so many different ways that they could connect it. So I hope folks got to see that. It was really congratulations to those students. Next week, STEAM Day. Thank you, May 23rd. I didn't have the date in mind. STEAM Day, very exciting day in the district. So thank you to Dr. Callahan. Thank you to all the teachers who are eagerly preparing for that. That's going to be a real exciting event to show off the learning of the kids. Even our teachers who were here tonight, I got to see a lot of the K-Cup work that was going on at Prospect Hill in preparation for that. Also upcoming the first week of June, we've got our 8th grade community projects through the International Baccalaureate program at the middle school. 3 days of students presenting that. So that's going to be really exciting work. Actually, Dr. Bowman and I got to meet with Ms. Sabia with a group recently who may be coming to share some of their work with the board at some point in the future. Proposal to bring in a solar, I don't quite know what to call it, a pole. They did a much more articulate job. A pole with solar panels that can serve as a charger. It can serve as a street light. It also provides data that can be used instructionally.
Those are 8th graders?
8th graders.
Got it.
Yeah.
And every 8th grader has to do this, right?
Yes, every 8th grader in our middle school participates in a community project. So great authentic learning opportunity, really get engaged in something of personal interest. So really exciting opportunities there. The board is certainly welcome to come see those. They're going to be throughout I think it's the 6th and 7th of June throughout the school day.
Is that officially the personal project for IB?
It is the community project at the 8th grade level. I think the personal project is 10th grade.
Right. Well, yes.
There's
So
probably
we're not doing that. Right.
Yeah. So also lots of things going on. Concerts. There was concerts tonight, ongoing concerts, playoff games. So many different things to enjoy in the district. Just wanted to remind folks of that. If you've got some time, pop by pretty much any field or any one of the buildings in the evenings these last few weeks of school, and you're going to see something really exciting being done by our students. And finally, we talked about class size. I'll talk about the other interesting topic of the evening. We just yesterday, I think in most of the buildings, sent out the annual email about puberty education for our 5th graders. Just so folks know, we did the last couple of years, we've taken a different approach because of the pandemic. We had been having some conversations through PTA Council prior to the pandemic. Parents just had some different thoughts and comfort level with the way that those conversations were being structured within the schools, not content necessarily, but just approach and wanting to find ways for all students to feel comfortable. Then the pandemic came. We also, through some of those conversations, heard some feedback about needing to update our videos. So that was done a number of years ago. When I watched them, I have to admit, it reminded me of the Partridge Family shows that I used to watch when I was in junior high. So we got some updated videos that provided opportunities for parents to be able to view those with their child. They could watch it. There's a video for boys, video for girls, and a co-ed video for parents who might want to take that approach for a variety of different reasons, because that had been expressed to us through PTA Council. There was many parents wanting that as an option for their child. So through the pandemic, we were able to send those home, provide the links, and provide a Google Meet with our district doctor and a district nurse available for students to Google Meet in and ask any questions. So we've used that model successfully for the last couple of years, so that's what we sent out this year as well, because it has been successful. Certainly the number of parents have reached back asking for a little bit of clarification, so we'll be working to provide that with them. And certainly our approach to that, happy to take a look at that each year as we reflect on our practice. We have a new director of athletics, health, and physical education coming in next year, who anytime we have a new administrator coming in, they always bring fresh perspective. So we certainly will take the opportunity to reflect on how things go this year and look to see if there are any ways that we can supplement or improve that going forward.
So how did it used to be done? They showed videos in the school setting with
my
educators?
Understanding is that it was generally, I believe it depended a little bit on the building, but generally the district doctor and the school nurse, sometimes maybe a teacher, like a physical education teacher from the school, and a nurse. Generally, 2 adults would supervise it. The students, they'd separate the students into a group of boys, group of girls, and then the adults would go with the students. They would watch the same videos, and then would just be available to have a brief conversation with the students. So it was something that was generally handled not by the classroom teacher, but in more of a pull-out setting.
So to the extent like parents want support from the doctor, the doctor,
doctor.
Yeah. They can avail themselves.
So we do have Google Meet set up, and that was in the letter. There's links for specific nights. So the doctor's available for those nights. The school nurses are a great resource in this as well. They're right in the buildings. They've got a great level of comfort with the students. They know them, and by 5th grade, many of them know them very well. So I think that would be a great resource for families with a familiar face that could be in person as well if they have a question or follow-up.
Thank you.
I know we started doing this during COVID, right? And we're continuing to do it sort of at home and then on Google Meet. Is that something that's typical now, in other districts, or?
Yeah, and I can't speak to every district, but in the districts, we did a little research on this last year. The laws around this level of instruction, the requirement was removed in 2020. So many districts don't do it at all. There's a couple of districts we saw that just put the videos on the website and that they just live there year round and parents can access them whenever they want. Some still do direct instruction. So a lot of schools have just taken in very different directions. Yeah. What we saw with this approach through the pandemic is it gave parents the opportunity to decide how they wanted to have that conversation. Some children are, they're more comfortable in a very gender-specific conversation with their family. Some parents want their children to be exposed to the development of both genders. Sure. But not every parent wants to approach it that way. Not all students are ready for those conversations. So we felt by doing it this way, we're giving parents the tools to decide how to approach this best with their child based on their own family's values, and they could really shape the conversation in a way that was, that they were comfortable with, but still have the resource of the doctor and nurse should they want. So, again, certainly we reflect each year, and if there's adjustments in the future, we'll be happy to take feedback and look at that.
I'm surprised that we're doing remote instruction for.
Well, again, it's not required by the state anymore at this point in time, and it was something. The other piece of this is not wanting to take additional classroom time, especially for this year when our focus was so strongly on that core instruction of the classroom. We're trying to protect that as much as possible.
So there's no requirement for
no
health education?
Not the puberty 5th grade requirement.
What,
They're-
in sixth grade, or?
There are state standards on health. There are K-12. The students are required to take a certain amount of units of instruction in health, which begins in middle school. Most schools do it in 7th. I think we have it in both 7th and 8th, and then 10th grade. So that's where the coursework actually lands, but there's no health class at the elementary level. There are some health standards that are generally interwoven into the physical education curriculum mostly. A few may touch on, I know Tracy's actually been mapping the SEL curriculum, which is not necessarily the same, but there's a lot of overlap in some of those areas. So there may be some pieces that are addressed by the classroom teacher. Predominantly, health standards would be addressed by the physical education teacher at the elementary level.
I think most people expect there to be like a puberty talk in school, at least 5th grade, 6th grade, at some point.
Yeah, many of us grew up with that. I think that's why folks, I think when I was in elementary school in 5th grade, we had a parent evening, very similar. But again, I think that was a longstanding state requirement. And what we're doing does still meet the need in a different way. But again, we'll take feedback to see, if there's a way that it could be more effective in the future, we'll certainly be open to that feedback. So when Mr.
I mean,
Toombs
I've heard
comes-
feedback for at least 2 years now. It's been,
Yeah,
people
we
don't
actually,
think it's effective.
for the past 3 years that we've done it, we've literally got one email back with a parent concerned about how it was done in the 3 prior years. So that's why I was kind of surprised when there was feedback this year, because it's the same way that we've done it the last 2 years. So, okay. Something we'll certainly be watching.
I think we're all in support of in-person instruction and going back to normal as much as possible.
In general, yeah, I agree. I don't, given that this approach has already been launched for this year, our plan is to move forward. Are you suggesting that we change the plan? I just want to be sure.
Yeah, if there's
I'm
any
clear.
possibility, I think, yeah, we should try to do in-person instruction.
I guess I'm not.
I mean, if you're
I'm
saying
not
it's
sure what you're asking
impossible,
for.
then that's what it is, but.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I guess I'm just asking for clarification on what exactly you're asking us to change, because it's video, which is the same exact as it would have been in the classroom. It's providing an opportunity. It's not instruction through the Google Meet. It's an opportunity for parents and students to speak with a medical professional, at the school medical professional. So I guess I'm not seeing it as online instruction the way that we were doing online instruction in the past. I don't see it, I guess, in the same way.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, historically, I remember being split up into boys and girls. There probably was a video and an opportunity to ask questions. And I think most people think it may not be as effective, via Zoom.
No, and I can absolutely respect that feedback and perspective. I just don't know that making a change at this point in time without involvement of the teachers and planning that out, and I think it would be really, I don't think it would be wise to make that pivot this quickly right now without much more discussion and feedback and planning.
And that's, the logistics of it. But I think, in terms of the strategic direction, I think for the past couple of years, we've been pretty clear about getting back to, in person and.
Right, and I guess, well, I don't know.
I think it could be interesting to see the engagement. And then, Dr. Bowman, I'm not sure if there's, some kind of assessment we can make about what other districts are doing now that it's not a state requirement anymore, and how people are handling it, and then thinking about different options potentially going forward. But it seems like it's covering the bases for now, and it may not be ideal, but there could be, there could be some time to research other options if they're needed, but.
There are ways to absolutely see what other districts are doing now as opposed to during the pandemic and just prior to the pandemic, and then, what we all received when we received the puberty lesson or the puberty video in person in class, however it happened, or after school. Different different districts have made different decisions over the last few years for varying reasons. You know, I was sharing with Dr. Champ this morning that a district that I know of stopped having the parent video in person because parents were struggling to comport themselves. And so, you know, it's important to see what the communities are looking for, to see what other communities are doing, and just make a decision that's going to meet the needs of the kids.
And I wanted to say, so I got the videos during the pandemic, and I actually was glad. So years before, I heard a lot of noise about this video. So by the time I got to 5th grade, I was, I was concerned. What is this video? And they're just basic videos. And because I have boy-girl twins, I quite enjoy having both videos and been able to watch them and expose both of my kids, which I don't think they would have received had they been in the classroom, because I think, like you said, they split them. And I really wanted my children to see sort of that biology of boy and a girl, you know, and vice versa. So I quite enjoyed it at home. I also was able to schedule it on my time and kind of have that conversation with my children. So for me, if it's given in the school setting, I also want the parents to get it, so that way they're also aware and be able to have that conversation at home with their children.
Right. Right. You know, and there are other families who would have a similar reaction but would prefer their child not to receive it at all, which raises the question of what other instructional opportunities are the children being given at the time when the videos are shown. And, you know, it raises a lot of questions, which I think is why, for the logistics purpose right now, it would be good to have forward planning and based on what our community sees are the needs of our students at this time. And I will get that information to you about what other districts are doing in short order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, just, and not this is on something else, but it kind of to me raises a question also of, you know, reporting for director of PE, athletics, health, and to the extent that health, you know, is a part of the curriculum, should that, you know, be going, you know, through Dr. Bowman or?
There's always been I guess, a collaborative relationship. We talk about direct reporting, but then also a collaborative supervision. The dotted line. So while the athletic director or director of athletics, physical education, and health is a direct line report to me, there's a dotted line connection to all the assistant superintendents and the executive director of HR, but particularly in the curricular area, it would be definitely overseen by Dr. Bowman.
And a series of Post-its already on my computer for his appointment, for when I can have those conversations in earnest.
That's the end of my report for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Board of Education committee reports. Do we have any particular committees? We had a safety committee, but I think you'll talk about that. Okay. And next is Assistant Superintendent's update on authentic learning.
Okay. So I want to start by talking a little bit more about parent-teacher conferences. I met with a committee of secondary educators over the last few months, and as a result of looking at trends in parent attendance and student ability to have parent-teacher conferences, we've determined that we don't need to make adjustments to the length of the conferences, nor do we need to make adjustments to the amount of travel time between conferences. And the purpose of that was to make sure that there were opportunities for parents to get to see their children's teachers on the secondary level. We also looked at the framework that we've used here in Pelham for the last few years to see if there was a way to make it so that we could provide a superintendent's conference day in the spring that would not impinge upon the number of instructional hours that we provide to the students, but give our staff an opportunity to have a full day of professional development. Which leads into my next topic, which is professional development. We are looking to focus our areas, or rather to identify our areas of focus for the next school year. And within those topics, certainly how and when we provide professional development is important. How we allocate PLC time is important as well. And so one of the areas that we are able to do that is by mapping out when and how many PLC days we are going to offer next year. And so typically there are about 6 or 7 days per school year that are allocated for PLC days. And as we are going to be able to move forward with a full day superintendent's conference day, we thought it would be prudent for us to then reduce the number of PLC days by one so that we can account for any perceived lack or change in the instructional time, although it really hasn't changed the number of instructional days or hours that students are provided. We are planning on focusing our work next year around ideas such as MTSS, Tier 1 interventions, master scheduling. We have our ICT program, which is being built, our ENL population, and requirements for professional development in each of those areas that come through the state level. Toward that end, we are going to be engaging the expertise of Michael Rettig in the fall and winter next year to continue the work on master scheduling that was done a few years ago in the elementary schools, looking to see if, now that we've lived it for a few years, what are some tweaks that teachers and administrators see might be necessary to better utilize the time that we have with our students. And also, now that we have Carrie Titone in the high school working on the master schedule. What can we do in a post-pandemic scheduling world in the high school to make best use of the time and space that we have with our students there to engage them in meaningful instruction? She is doing a phenomenal job of making sure that the high school master schedule is done and built and balanced, and that as many students as possible have as many of the courses that they wanted to get. And we are looking toward having our counselors be able to meet with some students in June to resolve some of the conflicts that invariably arise when you are scheduling a building of over 800 students. But Michael Rettig will be working also with the high school next year as well. Last week, I met with Keenan Bean along with our registrar and our CIO to discuss registration policies and just make sure that some of the language we've discussed in terms of making sure that our firm stance on ensuring that folks who register for our schools are indeed residents of Pelham, and what we are and aren't allowed to ask for is prominent and made clear during the registration process. And so we are waiting for some documentation, so some language to make sure that we're in compliance with the law, but also asking for what we are really looking to make sure we're able to confirm. And so some updates will be made to our online registration process as well. Very exciting this week is that our elementary teachers have been trained on providing the lab experiences. So on Monday, May 8th, our elementary science coaches and Miss Beth Finkelstein, who I have to say has been a phenomenal support, especially always, but over the last few weeks, Dr. Callahan has been out and she has single-handedly made sure that our elementary science and math programs have been kept afloat. And here's one example. Our training for our 4th and 5th grade teachers to be able to implement the lab experiences has started to happen. And she has made sure that not only was she trained, but the coaches were trained. And then in turn, grade level leaders were trained. And today at our grade level meetings, all of the teachers on both grades were trained on 2 of the lab experiences that are going to be required, some before the end of this school year. And so we're really excited about that. Our kids are getting ready for the end of the year, and Dr. Cham shared our wonderful experience with the 8th graders who their pole is a sustainable solar-powered light fixture that is designed to provide lighting in a place where there may not be enough lighting, but doesn't tap into our network and drain us of electrical funds. But more importantly, there is a curricular component where the data on the usage and also how much harvesting of electricity happens can be used to, really make authentic learning opportunities possible for our students in both their math classes and their science classes. I think there were 5 boys that we met with. And each of them had done a lot of work already, which goes beyond the math and science part of things. They've contacted the company, they've met with representatives from the company, they've negotiated prices so that we could get a discount. They're looking for funding sources for us, so we're teaching them how to write grant proposals. They have directions to go speak to the fire department and the police department, to go to town hall to speak to our representatives to see where people in the village and town would find it okay and maybe not so okay to place these things. The kids were really excited because they saw that, after they come home from, particularly in the winter, modified basketball, there were some crosswalks that weren't as adequately lit as they thought they should be. So we talked about timing of during the year when you would want to put these poles up so that you would be harvesting as much sunlight as possible, meaning we probably don't want to put them up in January because it'll be August before they actually are able to sustain any light for anyone. And so we talked a little bit about marketing and PR. So it is a really exciting project that I look forward to them telling you about, although I think my excitement may have given away too much.
Great. We're hoping to, and on the, just back to the calendar topic, I asked Dr. Bowman to share that tonight so that we can bring a revised calendar back to you next time for adoption.
Yes, sorry.
Is it too early to ask about the Wednesdays?
In what way?
For
Which ones?
professional development classes, would they still take place on, like, once a month or every couple of weeks on the half-day Wednesdays?
They will be on Wednesdays, yes. But, so this year there were 6, next year there will be 5.
With one, because you're adding
The superintendent's conference day won't be on Wednesday, it'll be on Friday.
Okay.
Following a parent-teacher conference afternoon and evening.
Yes, I think the other change you'll see is in March, instead of taking a full day for parent-teacher conferences, because of the adjustments that they worked on, it'll be just a half day. But the number of slots and the time available, the way that they've arranged it remains the same. So there'll be more half days in that sense, which is why the offset of reducing the PLC days we thought was more than reasonable. So when you see it, it'll probably make more sense.
the list of topics you gave, that was the list of topics for professional development?
So those will be the areas of focus for the year, really. And out of those areas of focus, certainly professional development will be provided in different contexts for different reasons for different folks. But for the superintendent's conference days in March, you want to make sure that what you're putting into place is going to be actionable right away. And March is March. I mean, it's already September, October, November. You only have just the 3 extra months until the end of the school year. So we're being mindful of that. Certainly, those will be part of what we do in that time. But in the beginning of the school year, superintendent's conference days focuses for the PLC days, and ongoing professional development will be surrounding those topics.
Okay. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Next, 3.4, Assistant Superintendent's update on the whole child.
Thank you. So on the heels of that, and in terms of special education, we all do fight for our piece of time when we try to get professional development. It's like a little bit of like a gauntlet, like we kind of get in a room and go at it. But ICT is a very big area of professional development in the area of special education, something we're planning to move forward with next year. I did meet with our lead consultant last week. We're going to have one more meeting in June with the elementary and secondary consultants and the lead consultant with Dr. Ribeiro and Greg Lau, and talk about where we are now and then where do we need to go forward. I think we're in a good place as far as knowing how teams need to function and what the models are, and then the next step is to talk about what does the actual instruction look like in co-teaching for both teachers, specifically special education, and some of the goals that we're going to talk about for next year are going to be rooted in specially designed instruction and progress monitoring. Specially designed instruction is sort of the bread and butter of what we do in special education. So we want to make sure that what's happening embedded within our co-teach models is happening and provide coaching for the teachers in those areas. Special education staff continue to finish the annual review work for the remainder of May and into the early weeks of June. To date, we've held about 262 annual review CSE meetings. We have about another 40 to go. Staff now will also start to be working on the 504 annual review meetings. So again, it's a busy time, trying to get through this for the remainder of the year. Building Bridges, which is one of the community organizations that partners with the school district, they started their programming last week and moving again into this week. Building Bridges is spearheaded by a Colonial parent, Ashley Matz, and the focus is to educate students about varying disabilities, blindness, deafness, learning disabilities, dwarfism. The program aims to teach students to understand more about those individuals with differences, and it's meant to celebrate and help students connect with those individuals that have differences. There are activities that parent volunteers run as far as doing some lessons in classrooms, and this week is more about guest speakers. Today I actually observed one of the guest speakers at Colonial. It's one of our seniors in the high school that spoke about his experience as a student living with ADHD and what that meant. He spoke to the fifth grade classes at Colonial, and it was really interesting to watch the students connect with him, probably as an older peer, but also some individuals sharing that they themselves have ADHD and what is that like for him. A wonderful young man, so it was great to see him share his experience. Just to mention also, as approved at the last meeting, Dr. Ribeiro is on a short family medical leave, so we have Miss Edie Barish, who's a former retired CPSC chairperson from the New Rochelle district, who's filling in for Dr. Ribeiro. She started yesterday. She's got 20 years of CPSC experience, so she just walked in and hit the ground running. So some of our families will be meeting her, and she's already doing an amazing job kind of picking up that slack. So we need to make sure that we remain in compliance with timelines. So that's why we really can't skip a beat in regards to meetings. Wellness, we had our last Wellness Committee meeting last week. It was on Tuesday, May 9th. We briefly summarized the work of the subcommittees and what goals we're going to have to carry over to next year. Specifically, for example, the Wellness Policy Review, which really leans a lot on our Director of PE, Health and Athletics. A good part of our district wellness policy revolves around those areas. So hopefully tonight we're going to get that appointment, and we're going to roll that work over to next year. But the majority of the meeting was also devoted to our guest speaker, who was Michael Orth, the Commissioner of Westchester County Department of Mental Health. So we were very fortunate, again, to have him come on board, and he was able to share some information about the current trends that we're seeing in the county and how the funding from the state can be applied to Westchester and local communities. In regards to counseling, AP exams concluded last Friday. We had 487 students take a total of 987 exams across all of the high school AP courses that we offered. So that's students taking multiple AP exams. So it was a really busy time for the counseling department. They're working now as they're kind of packing it up and sending it where it needs to go. The next step, they have one more collaboration with Civics on a career fair. I think it's going to be on May 23rd, and it's actually a career fair, and it's going to be held at the school in person. And I think that's going to be focused on careers in trade, fire, and law enforcement. So that will round out their series for the year. More information will come. Just also as a reminder from the counseling department, juniors should start to think about writing their college essays over the summer and give themselves time to work on that and get a head start, brainstorming some topics. So juniors out there, get going or think about it. And counselors are also checking in with seniors just to make sure that they're in good standing and they're going to still stay in a good place as far as all their requirements for graduation, and that wherever they're heading off to, they're still in a good position to head off to where they're going to go.
Are the colleges giving any guidance on the use of AI and ChatGPT in terms of how are they trying to ensure that kids aren't using those for all their essay development?
I think it's a conversation that's starting. I've read some articles about that. I think some colleges are taking very firm positions, as are some states that are taking some firm positions. So I think there's definitely conversations having, and there's sort of varying
discussions about it. You have some colleges that are actually developing programs around
Yes.
GPT,
GPT.
thank you, and careers that then relate to
Yeah.
that. So I think it is varying how people are approaching it.
I just think our students should know that it's much, it's unlikely to be beneficial if you're using ChatGPT as a primary vehicle, because it likely will be detected. So
Yeah, I think there's
original
also
thinking is still valuable.
Yeah, of course, and I think there's a lot of discussion too at the national level about how to oversee this and develop
Oh, yeah.
policies, and the danger of not developing policies to kind of it's could be great and not so great, and I think everyone's kind of trying to figure out how to
Yeah.
move forward with this.
Yeah.
That's definitely true.
Even businesses, I'm
Yeah.
assuming, as well, so. And just the last piece in regards to nursing, last week, the nurses and I met with our legal counsel. We wanted to spend some time discussing just individual care plans, health plans, and how that intersects with 504s, what might be the difference, what might be when they might enhance them one another. Stephanie Roebuck, our counsel, reviewed the basic components of a 504 plan and kind of shared that a student with a chronic medical condition may have legal protection under 504, but may not necessarily have a 504 plan needed. But again, we always consider that when it's in terms of accessing FAPE. So it was a good opportunity for the nurses to ask clarifying questions. They gave some case studies to Ms. Roebuck about some students that are actually coming into kindergarten with certain medical conditions that they needed some clarification. I'm actually sharing the forms that we use with legal counsel just to make sure that they're what they need to be, and get their input to make sure we're in a good place with that. And then just one last piece, again, the elementary nurses are going to be sending home the COVID test kits one last time for our Memorial Day break. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next is 3.5, Executive Director's Update on Human Resources and Learning.
Sure. I think we're pretty much at the major event. For any more information about my report, it's hard to top the tenure candidates. But I will say that on tonight's agenda, we're going to be recommending the appointment of, I think, 3 new important positions and people in this district. One is Joe Toombs, who's going to be our next Director of PE Health and Athletics. And I'd like to thank the entire stakeholder community and the administrators and everyone, and especially the kids who are on that group who helped us vet the different candidates, and very excited for Joe to start with us. He can't join us tonight, but we hope that he'll be able to come to the next board meeting so we can say a few words and introduce him to the community. Very excited about that. And also, unfortunately, we did have resignation as a Mandarin for our Mandarin teacher about a month ago, and we're happy to recommend the appointment of our next Mandarin teacher. So I want to thank Sean Llewellyn especially for his help in leading that search. And we're starting to then also appoint new teachers for next school year. So.
Thank you. Sure. And next is Assistant Superintendent's update on finance and facilities.
Hi, good evening. So last night was the big crescendo of the last 3 or 4 months worth of work by the board and establishing the policy for the upcoming year. And I think there's a tremendous turnout from the community and a lot of work from this board. So thank you for that. This evening, we've got a couple of things on the agenda. I can also give us an update on some committee meetings. This week, we met with the Safety Committee at Prospect Hill School, some of the things that we discussed. Well, actually, at that meeting, probably a good idea to just share the members of that community, or the members of the committee are members of the community, representative from both of our public safety departments, both fire departments, both police departments. They were all in attendance there. Representative for Alteris, our safety and security consultant, our lead safety monitor, as well as staff administrators who participate on the team. So this is just the district-wide team. And at that meeting, we discussed a number of things related to school safety We talked about our training summary that took place throughout the current year. Kind of those things that happened were our Stop the Bleed training, where the Village of Pelham Fire Department provided that training. And we were able to train 20 to 25 folks on this particular program, and we anticipate to do it again. We offered CPR, AED training, threat assessment team training, Narcan training, EpiPen training, individual monitor training on emergency procedures by the Altiris consultant. And moving forward also, we're working on providing a narrated PowerPoint presentation for any employee, in particular also like our substitute teacher employees who are not always in our buildings, but so that they're very familiar with our emergency procedures. And they have a resource that they can go to and make themselves available to it in the case of making sure they're aware of emergency procedures. We're in the process of updating our district-wide safety plan. We have to do that every year, and we usually bring that before the board either in June or July timeframe. That entails a public hearing and a waiting time period of about 30 days once the draft is presented to the public, and we'll need the board to approve it prior to school beginning in September. So we're working on updating that. That was part of what the discussion entailed in the meeting this week. We talked about our status of our district-wide drill status. As the state requires, there's a number of different drills and types of drills that we're required as a school district to hold every year. So we make sure we're on target for that. We talked about our summer training. So not everybody has the summers off, and part of what we do is we want to make sure we're getting ourselves ready. So some of the training we have on the horizon is a reunification training for our administrators when we come back in late August, and random tabletop exercises where you can just talk through scenarios. Got some encouraging information about the camera access control grant. Originally, we were notified when Senator Biaggi was still in office. It kind of went quiet for a while during the budget cycle, but we started to receive the due diligence paperwork this week, so we'll start working on all of that again. And as part of that, we've worked with a vendor who, again, this is about video surveillance and access controls. We've worked with the vendor who's state-approved contractor for this particular program. We will need a permit. We're expecting to need a building permit from the state for this type of work. And again, that's part about having that architect that we talked about, so engaging the services of an architect to help us get that moving forward. So we're very excited, again, to move into this next phase, and that's going to be great to see. And then one of the larger parts of the discussion of our safety committee was brought up by our fire chiefs of both departments, and that's concerning lithium-ion batteries. I know we've seen a lot about that in the news, most recently, and certainly the New York City news, and rechargers and devices like e-bikes, e-scooters, and alike that are catching fire and really having some devastating results on folks' homes and structures in the city. And we had a very good discussion about it. At the present time, we don't allow those types of equipment to be in the school. So if a student shows up with an e-bike or an e-scooter, those types of things are held outside the school. But there was also some discussion about, okay, what if people are driving to school with an electric car, say a staff member? Should they be parking closer to the building or perhaps a little bit further away from the building? And we're going to be working forward, hopefully, on trying to develop some further guidance for the district with regard to how to handle those electric batteries and lithium-ion batteries. So it's something that we're just hearing more about, and we're hoping to try to stay ahead of it.
The only school that has actual plug-ins for the electric vehicles is Hutch, right?
That's
right now?
correct. There's one recharging station which is operational at Hutchinson School. Because it is in a staff parking lot, though, I think it's a good opportunity to share. It doesn't show up on everybody's on a public radar as far as a public charging station made available. We don't want folks, we want folks to use it, but we don't want everybody to use it. And it's certainly that a parking lot is closed during school hours to non-staff folks.
So will we, now that the budget passed, will we have Altiris available as full-time support?
Yes, so the budget as proposed had the proposal to up the level of contact with Altiris from half-time to full-time. So we've been notified that the current consultant would carry on in a full-time capacity for the district. So there's some nice continuity there, which I think will be very helpful because this person has worked very collaboratively, I think, with our building emergency response teams and has built relationships with them and our administrators. So again, as far as building capacity district-wide, I think they understand what we're looking for and they understand where we are as a district. So we're excited that that will continue in a full-time capacity starting in September, late August, September timeframe.
I have a question again regarding Altair. And I hate talking about this topic, but it's out there. Given all the situations that are going on, I know a lot of districts are pushing for either retired police or undercover police to be in the schools. Do you know how they kind of perceive this? Is there something that they're looking into, suggesting perhaps for their clients?
Well, there's a number of different layers and approaches that different districts take. Some districts have school resource officers, perhaps one for the district. Some districts choose to have one for every school. Some districts have gone with uniformed, contracted out safety security guards. As a district here, we have school monitors in a safety capacity. And I think we're very fortunate that we have a number of them that are former law enforcement officers. Some of them that have served in New York City, MTA, and in the village of Pelham. So we're very fortunate in that regard. I think what they will share with you is just having good processes and procedures are very important. People who know how to work in an emergent situation is very important. And the decision of whether how much security to have or not to have also has to match the district's desires and different threat levels. So I guess it depends, but if we're looking for different things and if the board is looking to see different options, I think they can certainly provide pros and cons and different options to those types of scenarios. So it's really, it depends, I think, is what I've kind of shared. Also this evening, there was just a couple of other items. Let's see, we're going to have committee meetings the next few weeks for our facilities committee, which is terrific. We're going to update on our capital projects, which hopefully will come to a close very soon. The steps at Hutchinson on Lincoln Avenue have been recapped, and we expect those to open shortly. So we're very excited about that, and that work should close out soon. As if you may or may not remember, there is a cistern on that site that collects rainwater from the building when it rains. There's going to be a pump installed in that cistern, which can then be used to irrigate the field. So that was part of, again, a sustainability measure to bring the building to LEED Silver status without actually applying for LEED Silver. So we're excited about that.
And the cistern, wasn't there a problem with the cistern not leaking? Or
so the cistern had to be modified as part of the installation. It originally did not hold water. The vendor went back in. They put it in a situation where it does hold water. Last few weeks ago, we had a great opportunity to fill it up, and we had 51 nice inches of water in there. We went back 7 days later, and we had the same level of water. So that's nice to see. It's holding water. Our engineer will tell us that that's an acceptable fix. Once that pump is installed, again, we'll be able to draw that water back out of the cistern and put it back into the field, which is exciting. We also do have a crossover in case there's a drought or anything else. We will be able to draw from the public source if needed. So we've got the best of both options, I would say. So it's very exciting for that to happen. And then that playground, we're looking at the contractor to come in. I think they're going to start their work to prep that site the Thursday and the Friday before Memorial Day to put in the concrete pad. We expect to get delivery of that final playground at the end of June. install it at the installer's earliest convenience, put in the new play surface, and it'll really make that final site really look terrific. So we're excited about that as well. On tonight's agenda, there's also an item for the bus contract with the budget's approval. We can bring this item forward. It's a multi-year contract. I know we certainly talked about it quite a bit as part of the budget process. It's with Royal Coach through our consortium of BEPT, B-E-P-T, and it's a consortium that we share and run cooperative services with Bronxville, Eastchester, Pelham, and Tuckahoe. So it's a way for all of our districts to kind of have the power of one, and with the BOCES coordination of that effort. So that's on the agenda for tonight. There's also an agenda on the an item on the agenda this evening for food services. Last year, if you recall, we had a one-year emergency contract with Whitson's. Some of it was related to maintaining our pizza day at the elementary schools, which was very successful this year, I'm told. The contract that you're approving tonight has pizza day written into it, so it continues. And we want to make sure, again, that's the most popular day. But generally, I think it's important to share, there's kind of three options right now that most school districts have. There's generally two vendors, outside vendors that run this particular program in our area, or you can run a self-operated program. If you run a self-operated program, you could probably expect much of your overhead to be significantly greater, just because of the manpower and the benefit load that you'll be required to carry as a self-operated program. You also have a little bit less flexibility, and there's some significant regulatory requirements with dietary requirements and things to be mindful of. The vendor today for the bid award is to Whitson's. They're our current vendor. They've been here since before I was here. I'm finished up on my 6th year. I believe they came here 7 or 8 years ago. Prior to that, we had the other vendor. From what's been shared with me, the services of Whitson's has exceeded that of our prior vendor. Doesn't mean that we can't do better, and we're always looking to do more for our students. More of our recent challenges have been related to manpower and securing the appropriate manpower. As part of this particular bid, it also includes an increased hourly wage to hopefully solve that problem, or at least address it. And with that, they hope to be able to provide greater services and some additional reliability in that service. So that's on the agenda for tonight too. There's also some transfers on the agenda right now. These are fairly typical for end of year. We're putting accounts in order, or getting our work lined up for this summer. So there's some summer work that we're having, that we got planned for this summer. We're going to run through all that with our facilities committee. There's 26 seasonal summer workers, which are student workers who are working for us to help us get our buildings in order for next year, which is a really great program. We've got a waiting list, so you may see other folks on this list if other kids have other plans that come up. But again, it's a really great program. I think our students have a great opportunity to see what it takes to get our buildings in great shape. They are truly an asset to helping us getting the building in great shape. And it's a really memorable program that kids speak of fondly years later. And I think parents enjoy it too, because their teens are very tired at the end of the day, and they sleep well every night. And I would say that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any other questions about the food contract?
So I do. So if we approve this one-year contract, we'll continue to look for the following years. I mean, I know there's not a lot of choices out there,
Sure.
but
The way they've been done is it's one-year contracts with up to 4 renewables after that. So it can go up to 5 years, but it's a one-year contract. And then every year, we've come before the board to ask you to move forward for another year.
so we're in year 2?
So we're currently in a one-year emergency contract
Okay.
that's expiring, and this would be year 1. This upcoming year would be year 1 of a new contract. Also, I should share the bid that that is put together is a bid that's structured by New York State. So it's got pretty stringent just requirements that have to be followed as part of the federal school lunch program. So it's that part about it, it's very regulated. And we bring in someone to help us structure the bid and evaluate it and make sure that it meets all those proper requirements as needed. And it doesn't allow us to go for best service like a professional service. It requires us to go for lowest price.
Yeah.
It's interesting. So it's a statewide bid, and we're coming out with it right now because the state really just put that bid out not too long ago. So we're waiting to get it moving forward.
Is there any, I guess, strategies we could put together in order to improve some of the quality of what we're getting?
Sure. Well, sure. I mean, we've written in some quality standards.
Okay.
For example, for cold cuts, the requirement is boar's head provisions, and that's specific to the contract. For a pizza day, it's Pelham Pizza, so that's written into the contract. There's also some sustainability efforts that are written into the contract, biodegradable cutlery, boxed water. What else do we have? Recyclable items, less packaging, those types of things as well. So we've tried to kind of hit a couple of different things. And I know our food services director tries to work very hard in accommodating students' needs, whether it be gluten-free, meatless, and any other special accommodations that students may have.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess we're good to,
Yes.
we can do maybe 5.1 through 5.11 as a consent agenda.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Second, oh, there.
Okay. And this is accepting or certifying the results of the vote, the treasurer's reports, the food service bid, choral risers, the busing. There's a high school trip to France and to Italy. Wish I could go.
Can I come?
I know. We're really excited to be restoring those trips. So the high school is very appreciative to the board for considering those kids. It's such a great enrichment opportunity. And they're especially appreciative to support the request for the maximum insurance. We ran into issues right before COVID trying to get full refunds for students. And the companies did come through and do the right thing in the end. But to guarantee that we've got that top level of insurance in place in this day and age, a lot of schools are taking this move. It's a little bit more expensive for the families, but it guarantees the full refund should it be a safety issue, that, some kind of safety issue, we'll leave it at that, pandemic, whatever. So they're appreciative of that support as well.
What's the eligibility for a student to go?
These are really considered enrichment. So a student basically I think it lays it out in the approval. It's basically intended for students who are in the language program. So somewhere within the language programs, generally the upper levels. I think it's within the context of the letter.
So participating students must be enrolled in
Thank you.
SUPA.
SUPA. Yep.
It's
Sorry,
in Super.
college.
French,
They're in Super.
French 4-5, possibly French 3, depending on enrollment
Yep.
in the second.
Yep.
In this upcoming academic year.
Thank you. I knew that was in the language. So your upper level world languages, and then on a volunteer basis, should they want to go.
Any other comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? No. The next 5.12 is a motion to accept donations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and I'll read this. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education does hereby accept the monetary donation of $1,352 to support the Hutchinson Elementary 5th grade after-school program, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Pelham Civic Association. Be it further resolved that upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Board of Education does hereby accept the monetary donation of $6,000 to support excellence in science, math, and/or engineering education at Pelham Memorial High School, and that gratitude be bestowed upon its donor, the Regeneron Science Talent Search. And I think we also have to say a big thank you to the students who
Earned these awards.
Yes. So,
Agreed.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Okay. Are we okay doing the personnel recommendations as a consent agenda, or do you want to break it down?
I'd recommend doing 6.1 separately, and I'm
Okay.
realizing we should have done this when the folks were all here,
Oh,
so we
yeah.
could have made it
Mhm.
official,
Mhm.
but next time around. So I would recommend that one
Okay.
separate.
Do I have a motion to approve tenure recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? We're very proud of our teachers, and certainly incredible to hear the glowing recommendation from the administrators. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Congratulations to them again, even though they're not here.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do 6.2 through 6.5 as a consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions?
And this makes the new athletic director
new
official?
athletic.
That's the big one in here?
Yes. Yep, Dr. Garcia spoke to that earlier. We're really excited to have him coming on board. July 1st start. I know there's no one more excited than Ms. Sabia, Mr. Finnegan, and Ms. Damiano. But we're really excited to have Joe Toombs joining us. We'll be putting out a press release tomorrow, so we can electronically introduce him to the community. They can get to know a little bit about his background. I know he's already been in district a couple times, starting to make the transition. And getting to know our facilities and some of our folks. So very excited to have him on board, and wish him well in his endeavors in the district. We know already he's got a lot on his to-do list.
And I think you had shared he wanted to be here but had a previous engagement.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. And, okay, 7.1, motion to approve Schedule D. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. 8 is new business.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to bring up one item. I know I had shared this with the board in your weekly update, just an item looking for some feedback. One of the things that we've been working on throughout the year is just kind of compiling the different ways that, as within the district, that we recognize different holidays or recognitions, remembrances, to try to be somewhat consistent in our practice. So what I share with the board is kind of a spreadsheet of what we compiled, of what has been our general practice, that really breaks it down into kind of some different categories. Starting by looking at which types of recognitions or holidays are religious, cultural, or governmental, as in approved by like New York State or federal government. And then what if anything do we do to recognize those? And I think our goal in that being really twofold, one being informative, so making sure that folks are informed about the different holidays that are going on that may be of importance or significance or impacting our students or our families in the community, just to raise a level of awareness. and to also really to build, to recognize and celebrate the cultures of our families and our community that come into the schools, so students can feel seen and heard for who they are, and also to build on the global citizenship of them understanding. You know, we talk in literature area around windows and mirrors, so helping students to have those windows to look through, to opportunities to learn about one another's cultures, and build a more inclusive environment. So we kind of have done a couple things to approach those. This is by no means the be-all, end-all of work in this area, but we looked at which things that we recognize, say, on the calendar or through like an email communication. That's kind of the recognition level. So we've got some in that category, and a lot of that is religious holidays, governmental holidays, et cetera. We have another category that highlights those items that are covered in the curriculum, which is based on state standards and district curriculum. So those are highlighted there as well, things that we actually teach into. And then the monthly recognition has been the one we've probably spent the most time talking about, and I think that will be probably a work in progress, ever evolving, trying to be thoughtful about what are the recognitions or holidays or months, the themed months that we are going to recognize more as a district. And in that, thinking about who are our students, who's coming through our schools, and how do we, again, celebrate their cultures, help other students learn about one another's cultures to build an inclusive environment. So I share this with you because we're really just looking for some feedback from the board on just thoughts, approach. Some districts, do very little. Some choose to do it separately through maybe the PTAs only or through their diversity committees. Some districts are going to, a different end of the approach. Some districts will list every month in an email once a month that goes out, just so everyone's aware of every month that could possibly be considered throughout the, by someone of interest. Some are looking at different holidays within their school calendars. So somewhere, we're not looking, I think, at either end of that extreme, but trying to find somewhere in the middle that is respectful and honoring and celebratory of Pelham and our students. Just, again, looking for some thoughts and feedback on the current practice and how you, might give us some feedback on, is this a direction that feels comfortable, feels good, or is there maybe some tweaking that you'd like to see going forward? Just so folks know that we're kind of trying to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. So.
I mean, my reaction looking at the list is it's a very long list. And, as you kind of scroll through it, they all look worth celebrating. But it's just so long that, when everything's important, then like nothing's important kind of thing, So I don't know. I feel that my reaction is if you can pare it down, that might make the things that remain on the list even more impactful.
Any thoughts on where to pare? That would be
No,
a big question.
not right now. I'll think about it.
That
So,
is the
well,
challenge.
the big conversation now in the D&I space, in corporate, and it might be coming to education, is when you start excluding everyone, like you want to include everyone, you end up, by chance, just excluding very, people that are not as visible. And so it has that effect of you're celebrating every holiday, except there's one little holiday that is important to someone, and you don't happen to celebrate that, and that person then feels excluded and that they don't belong. So you run the risk of you celebrate too much and exclude very minor, few people, but they feel excluded. So
These are exactly the conversations we've been
right.
having.
So it's like we have to be very aware of, do we include everything? That's why some districts, a company now, don't include any. Not that they don't want to be inclusive, it's just, it becomes just way too much. And then there's the religion aspects where, if you celebrate Christmas, then where do you draw the line of celebrating everyone else's religion? So now it's becoming just winter celebrations or so I've seen it now going a different approach where even companies are now even calling it not even D&I, but referring to more of belonging.
That was in the New York Times
Right.
this week.
So speaking a lot of how do we belong, And I was actually very happy with the link to the core collaborative because their work is really on belonging and dealing with that aspect of how do we all belong to a community. So this is such a topic, but it's a broad, extensive topic, and it would take a lot. So I don't think
That's why we're bringing it to you.
Right, I don't think there's a one right answer for that one. Like, when it comes to holidays and what we celebrate or don't, or what we announce or don't, so.
And we went through this calendar in Cultural Competence Committee. I don't remember all, like, the summary of the feedback because we split into groups, but I think my group, we had similar feedback in that if you celebrate, I don't want to say too many, but so many holidays that it just impacts the effect of the celebration, right? And Natalie, we're doing something similar at work as well, where we kind of paired back to a monthly celebration, or maybe of something, as opposed to sort of many different holidays a month, just because of that. So I know that doesn't help sort of make a recommendation of where to pare back or, what to do differently, but those are just kind of the things I have in mind when we're thinking about the calendar. I mean, we want to be inclusive or have, belong, of course, have the children have a sense of belonging, but it could be too much. Like Will said, the list is long.
When do we have to make the final call on this?
This is an ongoing work in progress.
I mean, yeah, I think it sort of comes down to sort of categorizing them and deciding are all categories as important as others. Like, in other words, rather than saying, this one shouldn't be on it, and this, like, rather than arbitrarily.
Yeah, we need an objective way to do it.
Yeah, picking individual lines is like, what is a kind of systematic, objective way of trying to fairly and equitably make the list a little less overwhelming?
Yeah, and some of the thought that went into this was starting kind of with that, like what are the things we're kind of some general directional pieces. So governmental, that's a category. That's
right.
State
Religious.
and federal designated. Curricular, that's a category too, and that's easy. Then you can see that highlighted on the right. Where is this? Within the curriculum, there are some religious things. If they're in the curriculum, we're teach into them. Otherwise, we keep
Pretty
as
easy.
far as, a separation between church and state and religion and instruction in those. It's just that middle ground of celebration and recognition and honoring for our families. And I think a lot of our PTAs do some incredible work.
They do.
But this is the area where we're trying to figure out, not just their work, but this is the area where we're trying to figure out what is that right space for Pelham about not too much, not excluding, but also, enriching, the experiences of our children and broadening their perspective on life. So.
This may be a strange question, but how do you determine which ones make it into the curriculum versus not, or is that
state standards?
Those are standards, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That should be the
that's
dividing line.
That's where it's driven.
Right, so if somebody, I've had these conversations, if somebody comes and says, I'd like to see this in the curriculum, that is not, we have to follow state standards.
Right, because once you open that door, then you've created a precedent that everyone will say, I want my issue integrated into the curriculum.
Right.
Right.
Right, and we really do strive to, to achieve that viewpoint neutrality of go with what's in the standards and what's in the curriculum. So again, like I said, it's the in-between. It's the in-between that.
Yeah.
Some of those things are the things that are special and make our schools our schools.
Yeah. In those districts that you've seen the PTAs drive a lot more of these activities, what have you seen, or how has that been received?
I can't speak a lot to other districts. I think mostly I see what our schools do, and it's a little different at each school. I do think it's, some of the things that they do are pretty incredible.
I agree.
And they give kids experiences that they wouldn't otherwise have, and really excite them about understanding one another's cultures and the food and celebrations, and just understanding why some of the celebrations are there.
Yeah.
So I guess
actually-
I've
yeah.
seen them being positive. I've always seen them being positive.
Right. My general feel is that those are more organic in their development, and they don't have the heavy hand of school picking, quote unquote, winners and losers.
Yeah.
So, I generally think putting power in the hands of our parent groups and community groups is, I don't know, it feels like it's better received.
I think there also could be some consistency in the announcements. It seems like there might be some variability in what schools are announcing what and when and how. So, maybe there's consistency across the elementary, and then, obviously we've got our own quirks on our middle school and high school announcements, but maybe there could be some agreement on, these are the ones that are going to be announced, and do that a little bit more consistently.
Yeah.
It's hard to
That
tell
makes
exactly where that is here announcement-wise.
Yeah,
but
and I would say a couple things of that. Some of it, there's also a developmental piece to that too.
Sure.
Obviously, yeah. So I think we're cognizant of that, and I think the schools do a good job of that. I think, I guess the overlap comes in when the PTAs are working in partnership with the buildings, doing some of these cultural events that then becomes something that gets announced in the school.
Fair enough, yeah.
And that's, again, it's just in that gray area of looking for, kind of what is that line? Because I do think, as Ian had just said, I think our parents bring some incredible talents and passion and skill and just beautiful things to our kids. But we want to make sure that it's comfortable for what should be going on within the school day. And everyone's got a different line. I think
Right.
that's really kind of what it is.
Yes.
So it's trying to find what is that right fit.
Yeah, I like the idea of using like federal and state holidays, what's in state standards, like that has to be included and recognized.
givens.
And I know, at least at the elementary level, like doing a winter celebration, but inviting every child to share about their traditions. So something about that idea of creating belonging by, and rather than saying this is what the school district is saying we're celebrating, saying, everybody in the community can share what your tradition or celebration is. So being more, grassroots or, I think we have to avoid anything that appears political.
Which is also becoming a moving target these days.
Yeah.
And I also, I guess for my own kids, I really want them to believe that their identity and self-worth comes from themselves, not other people's, necessarily validation or opinion. So I do like the idea of, people being empowered to share their celebration rather than saying, you matter because we are, other people recognize you. You matter because you're a human being, and everybody matters, and you're empowered to tell about your culture, your traditions, whatever.
Yeah, and I think that is very much the approach that I've seen. That's what it is, families and students coming and sharing who they are and their family traditions and things that are important to them. So I think it's always been from an organic, positive.
I think the Hutchinson School does a great job. They do their International Day, and I know it's been expanded to some of the other schools. Prospect is now doing a Global Day. So just, like you said, organically growing the sense of belonging and who we are and celebrating that way. Because again, I just worry that, not by wanting to, but we may be excluding some people.
By its very nature, once you start including, you actually have to exclude. It's one of these paradoxes that's frustrating.
I do really like the idea of figuring out a way to focus on belonging as opposed to not missing anything and becoming too broad. And I think consistency is great because there are really good things happening at certain schools, and I think other schools can learn from them. So.
That's true. Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the feedback and the perspective. Yeah, we'll continue with the work in progress.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? No. Thank you.
All righty.